Learn API development with Python and FastAPI. Python has become one of the most popular programming languages in recent years. Python is often used to develop the backend of website or web application. If you want to build REST APIs in Python, you can do that. For the last 4 years, who are using Python, the developer is happy. He's using like 84 to 85% are using the Python again and again. 45% of Python developers use Python to do web development. Flask, Django, and FastAPI are still top 3 Python frameworks, but FastAPI is a recent modern framework. If you want to build REST APIs in modern way in Python, you have to build it in FastAPIs. Like FastAPI initially released at the end of 2018 and shows the fastest growth, having grown by 9% points compared to the previous year. The popularity of FastAPI is growing day by day, month by month, or year by year. Why FastAPI? Because it gives impressive speed. I was blown away with the speed of the FastAPI. One more thing, it has built-in documentation. They have already integrated Swagger. They have already integrated another documentation tool. Yeah, if you work with Python, you will feel like you are using the TypeScript. It also provides a types, which would be very helpful for developer. It also provides some type of validation by using external library. You don't need to add any external package to implement validations. If you are looking for a modern and reliable Python web framework, FastAPI is definitely worth considering. So we're going to build this application like a basic sample of Spotify clone. We will have tracks, CRUD, create, get. I'm going to teach you how to create packages, how to restructure the application. We're going to interact with a real database. We're going to use Postgres, and I'm going to teach you how to use SQLALCHEMY. You are also going to learn how to design models or convert these models into database table. I'll teach you how to create Pydantic schema. Under the hood, I'm gonna teach you all of these concepts in Python. We're gonna start from the scratch, and then we're gonna start building our FastAPI, routing, CRUD, SQLALCHEMY, ORM. I'll teach you how to use dependencies in FastAPI. You're gonna learn how to do documentation using Swagger. You'll also learn how to interact with Postgres database, do authentication and relationship. I can't wait to see you inside. Join me and start building APIs with modern way. Now we're gonna start building our APIs with Python FastAPI Framework. FastAPI is a modern, fast, high-performance web framework for building APIs with Python 3.7 plus. Based on Python standard Python type hints. In the previous lecture, we learned Python type hints. Why do we need to use FastAPI? Because it's very fast. If you have worked with Node.js, I have an extensive, huge knowledge in Node.js. I learned web development in Node.js, in JavaScript, so my background is Node.js. That's why I choose FastAPI. You will use a lot of asynchronous code with FastAPI because it helps to increase the speed to 12 features by about 200 to 300%. Fewer bugs. Easy to, they designed the documentation very easily. You can learn a lot of stuff. You can learn advanced stuff with the help of documentation. One more thing, this is the feature I like most. When you work with FastAPI, it automatically integrated the Swagger, which is a documentation package. They have already integrated the Open API. You don't need to write the documentation for your API. FastAPI Framework will do that for you. And it also creates the JSON schema. These are all the major basic use cases. Under the hood, it's a high performance, easy to learn, fast to code, ready for production. This is it. Let's start the FastAPI. We're gonna install the project. First of all, you need to install FastAPI. I have opened the directory. It's an empty. Let's have git ignore or git ignore. I'm also gonna do the git setup from the scratch. I'm gonna copy git ignore from my project. Let's have main.py, which is our main entry file to run the Python application. I'm gonna set up the repository git init. Please add everything. That's my first commit. So if you want to look at the source code of this complete lecture, you can do that by checking out this branch. I'm going to create a new branch, setup server, call it one setup server. That's it. Now let's start implementing the Python Fast framework. We're going to build the API. If you don't know what do I mean by the API, when you look at the PayPal API or any type of application, PayPal API documentation, we're gonna build this type of application programming interface. So any front-end application can interact with API. You can perform API calls from your mobile application like this stuff. We're gonna build our REST API. We will have get, post, delete, all of these functionalities. This is the post endpoint. When you send requests to this endpoint, it is going to create the invoice. This is an example of API documentation. We're gonna build this type of API documentation. We will have get endpoints. We will have put endpoints. This is how, with the help of HTTP protocol, other applications can talk to our API. So when you want to integrate your PayPal, you have to send the API request. You have to use the HTTP protocol and send the API request to their server. Similarly, we will have Spotify developer documentation or API documentation. Yes, they have the web API. This is how you can get the artist. This is the API endpoint. You need to provide the ID of the artist. This is the API endpoint v1 and the artist ID. You can look at the artist ID. It is going to give me this response object. If you want to see all the songs or tracks, you can also do that. Get track, it is going to give me this one. We're going to build this type of application, Spotify clone type application. We will have tracks feature, we will have playlist feature, we will have user. Now we're going to start building it. That's it. That's the overview of REST API. Before set up the Python Fast API server, you need to know about virtual environment. We're gonna build Python virtual environment, and then we will set up our server. A virtual environment is created on the top of an existing Python installation known as the virtual environment. Let's say this is my project number 1 or project number 2. This is my project number 3. In this project number 1, I'm using Python 2.7, here Python 3.6, and here Python 3.10. And this project will have different libraries. This project also have different libraries. I also have different libraries here in this virtual environment 3. So this is the concept of virtual environment. I got this documentation from this website. I got this image from this website. So virtual environment provide a simple solution to a host of potential problems like resolve dependency issue. Maybe you are using the NumPy 1.14.4 here in this project, or maybe you use the num latest version in this project, or maybe you use latest version of NumPy here. But it helps to resolve dependency issue. You will also have all of your packages details in a single file. So when you install all of the dependencies, it is going to install them. So install packages on host when you don't have the admin privileges. But you will learn more about when we will build virtual environment, when we will set up the Python server. If you have Node background, it's like a package.json file will have all of your packages, and this is a separate Node.js project. It's a separate Node.js project, and it would be a separate Node.js project. In the next video, we're going to build our first virtual environment. Now you're going to learn how to create a virtual environment. I have created a simple main.py file, and I have opened into my VS Code editor. You have to open your terminal. I can say new terminal, and here we have to run some of the commands to create a virtual environment. Py -3-m and env venv name of your, here you gotta provide the name of your virtual environment. I'm gonna use venv. All of my packages will be stored here. External packages or external dependencies will be stored here. It's not working. Let's try to use Python 3-m venv and my name of virtual environment. Now you can see a new virtual environment has created. I have Python 3.11. I have a bin folder, and here I have a lib side packages. All of my external packages or global packages installed here. If I will install any package from library from pip package manager, it is going to install here. In the previous video, we have created our virtual environment. Now we have to tell our VS Code, you have to select this Python 3.11.2 and venv. I also have to tell my terminal, hey, please use venv, and then it will be easy to install all of your dependencies in this virtual environment. Now we have to configure that, telling the VS Code terminal, please use venv. venv, you have to select venv, and you have to use this activate file. Now we're gonna execute a command to configure the terminal, configure venv inside this terminal. I can use source venv, and we have to provide the path of activate. I can say bin and activate. Now you can see it is a venv. Now you can install any package easily. Now I'm going to teach you how to install FastAPI CLI. We're going to set up the FastAPI project. Make sure you have opened the documentation of FastAPI. You can find that from this URL. You can Google the FastAPI documentation, and then you can find the tutorial user guide. Now we have to install the FastAPI. I'm in the virtual environment. pip3 install FastAPI and all. I forgot to add the colon. Make sure you have added the pip3. Now it is to download the FastAPI framework, FastAPI package. Now it is going to install all of the packages related to FastAPI like WebSocket, UVLoop, UJSON, something like that. Here you will see the FastAPI. Here is the package. All of the dependencies related to FastAPI. All of the packages have installed related to FastAPI. If you want to look up all of the packages have installed, there is also another command, pip3 freeze. Please list down all of the packages in my venv. You can see we have these packages: FastAPI, HTTP protocol, all of this stuff by YAML, python.env. Now we're going to create our first FastAPI server. If you look up the documentation, you can find how they have created the FastAPI. Let's inside the main.py, we have FastAPI import FastAPI, and here I'm going to create the instance of the FastAPI. You can call the app or you can call anything here. They have used the app, so we're going to follow the same coding convention. Let's create our first route. app.get, this is our root URL. So this is the decorator function. I taught you decorator in more depth. Let's define a function, root, whatever you want to call, return message or something like that. It's an async function. You can also define the async function. Return message and hello world. Return message, hello world. I save the application. It has formatted for me. You can run the project by using this command uvcon and the main.py file, which is this one, and you have to provide application name, which should be app, and I would like to run in the live mode. Like whenever I will change anything, it will restart. You can see my server has started at port 8000. Whenever I go to the localhost, I can copy and I can paste it here. You will see the message, hello world. Hello world, I'm learning FastAPI. I saved the application, my server has restarted. So you will see the hello world, I'm learning the FastAPI. We have used uvcon here because we have installed uvcon in our virtual environment. When you look up the library file, library folder, lib folder, you will find the uvcon. It helps us to run or start the web server. In this video, we're going to practice the path parameters. In the previous video, we have set up our server, the FastAPI. My server is running at port 3000. Let's say if I go to this route, you will see the hello world. Now what I want to do, I want to create a new path, a new parameter, new function or new route. I can say I want to visit items and I would like to see the item by ID. Right now it is going to give me the error, you don't have any route. Let's define a new route, app.get. This is how you can define a new route. Items, and here if you want to add the dynamic route, you gotta use these brackets and the name of your variable, which is item ID. So I'm not using any async operation here. I'm not using any database query or database calls. That's why I can leave the async. I can say get item by ID. Get item by ID. It's going to, I'm going to return the item. So I can get the item ID here. I'm going to return the dictionary object. This is a dictionary object, and FastAPI will convert into JSON object. So I can use the item ID. I have to get the item ID here. This one item ID, and the type should be int. And I can call the item ID. Now I'm going to refresh. I can see the item ID, which is 1. Yes, the value of the path parameter item ID will be passed to your function as the argument item ID. So if I try to access the string item ID, let's say name of the item, let's say apple. So I got the error because I'm using the int type here. That's why I got the issue. The input should be valid integer, unable to parse as an integer. That's why I defined the type, which is int. FastAPI will convert into an integer if I mention, instead of apple, if I mention string with numeric, it will convert into 3. No, it's not converting. No, but it will automatically convert string into integer. If I write this, it will be, HTTP will be treated as a string, and FastAPI will see, hey, this is the integer, so it will convert into integer. If I write the item 3.2, what will happen? Int parse issue. Input should be valid integer, unable to parse string as an integer. So if you want to look up the documentation, you can also do that. If I go to the localhost :3000, there is an amazing feature in FastAPI. It has already built in Swagger documentation. Here you can see item by ID. So the type should be string. It will be converted into an integer, the example value, the schema, stuff like that. If I provide the item ID, try it out. I'm going to provide item ID. So I got the item ID, which is 1. If I provide the item 2, this is a spectacular tool to write the documentation. We're going to use a lot of our APIs with the help of Swagger. We're going to design or document our APIs by using this tool. This tool maintains openapi.json file. Don't worry, I'll teach you how to write these, how to understand these type of API documentation. You will have HTTP validation error, you will have validation error items. That's it. You can also have another type of documentation. Instead of FastAPI also provide another feature. There is another type of documentation. You can go to redoc. It should list me the documentation in different way. Like, remember I told you Spotify API documentation. Spotify API documentation. This is similar to Spotify API documentation. Like, we're gonna define our endpoints. We have 2 endpoints right now, the first one and the second one. Get item by ID. It will accept the item by ID in integer value. The successful response, I did not define that. You can see they have albums, artist. What about if I write another, let's say app.get, I can define a get endpoint, get album, let's say get album. Let's define that. I can say albums. and here I need to get the album by ID, so I can use album ID, definition get album. So it will accept the album ID as an integer, type should be int, and it is going to return album with an ID. So I can say album ID, and I can use the album ID here. Refresh it. Let me refresh my documentation. You can see get album here. It is expecting the album ID. Just like that, get album. We will define the response for the 1 to 100 and 403. If you are not sure about what are HTTP response, you can find that from Mozilla documentation. HTTP response status code, information response, successful response. If request has validated or request has completed successfully, you will use these type of responses. 200 means okay, 201 a record has created successfully. HTTP error code. Here are the list of status code. (300), 302, 402. 400 means bad request. It denotes there is something an issue. Unauthorized, you did not provide valid credentials. 402, payment required. If you want to mention some type of error, you can use this type of status code. Let's say I want to provide invalid value here. I can say localhost colon 8000 / item / I'm going to provide invalid value. It should give me the error. Input should be valid and input should be valid integer. So I got 404 not found issue, or 402 unprocessable entity. In this lesson, I'm going to teach you the concept of order. Let's say I'm going to add a new route. Let's define a new function, get user, and it is going to return a simple user. I can say the current user. Now I'm going to define another route. This time I would like to use the ID parameter user ID and define get user by ID. It is going to return a user by ID. It will get the user ID in the response here, in not a response, as an argument. Let me return the user ID as a dictionary, and this dictionary will be converted into a JSON object. Let me show you. I have to go into my venv bin and activate uvcon, start the project, main app -- reload. Application is running at localhost colon 8000. I'm gonna open it. Let me go to this URL, users /me. It is going to give me the current user. What if I do that? I will get, it should give me the users, not a user. Let's do it string as a user ID. I got a user ID in the string format. Let's say if I do in this way, it should give me this one. What happens if let's say if I try to provide this as a user ID, it is going to return me this response, not this one. So because order does matter here when you define the route. Let's use another example. I can say slash users definition get users, and here I'm gonna return a users array, John, Sandy. Let's define another route slash users definition get users 1. This time it is going to return a new user, Ali Sam. So what do you think what response I will get if I go to this URL? Did you see I got the John and the Sandy? If I define the route here, what do you think what I will get? I will get Sam and the Ali. You can see the order does matter when you define the operation or route. Let's talk about another concept. If you want to predefine your request parameter, predefined means if you want to define the value of your parameter, let's say I can say I would like to predefine the value. You have, let's say, application type should be, you are building a banking application and the type should be loan. Does user want loan? If you have these type of use cases, application type loan, business financing or car financing or home financing, something like that. If you have these type of use cases where you want to predefine the value of your variable, of your parameter, you can do with the help of enums. Let me show you the demo of enums. From enum, please import enum. Now how can you do it? You can create a new model values or model, whatever you want to say. So let's create a new class. I can say application type, and I would like to add this class will be inherited from a string and enum. I'm using inheritance here. Now I have inherited application type from string class and from enum. Here I can define attributes of this class like loan. Here means the key should be string, this one, loan, and the value should be also string. So business financing should be business financing, and car financing should be car financing, home financing should be home financing. If you have that type of use case where you want to predefine the value of parameter, you can use with the help of enum and you can define a class. Now let's define a new decorator, get application. It is going to return the application. I'm going to define a function application. The route should be the application. Here I'm going to provide the type. or application type. Get application, it will take the argument, the type should be string, and here I'm gonna write if statement, if application dot type is in the application type, then you have to return, what do you want to return? If application dot type dot value or dot type is in application type, then I have to return the app type, something like that. App type, I can say the app type. Let's restart the application because I have stopped the server. I'm gonna send request to the application and the type should be lone null. What if I provide this value? I got the null application. Let's print the app type. So I got the lone here. So I think we have to lowercase or business financing or car financing or home financing. But I still get null. So here is an example. I have created a class application type and I have inherited this application type class from string and enum. Did you get that point? I'm using inheritance here. Now whenever you need predefined value, you can create a class and inherit it from enum. Here I specified these 4 values for application type. So when you send invalid value, let's say, and something else, you will get the null, or you get the input should be loan, business financing, car financing, or home financing. Did you get that? That is what this is the magic. You can also do that if app underscore type dot value is equals to business financing, then you need to return app type and your app type. So here I have defined application type. Now the variable type should be application type, this one. If I provide business financing, it should give me the business financing. Similarly, you can do that with car financing or home financing. Car financing. Let me get the car financing. So I got the car financing. Similarly, we can do with home financing. So you will get the home financing. Otherwise, you can return a simple app type, which is app type. Let's try to provide the invalid value. So you got the issue. Your value should be loan, business financing, car financing, or home financing. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the concept of query parameters in FastAPI. If you have this type of use case where you want to add query parameters, but you have learned how to add request parameter, but I didn't talk about query parameters. Let's say we're going to add this endpoint, and this is how you will add a query parameters in HTTP request REST APIs. You need question mark, and then you need the name of your query parameters. Limit is equals to 10, and let's say sort is equals to description and page per page. But we did not create that route. Let's create that route. One more thing, I wanna use Postman to send API request. You cannot send the post request from your browser. We have learned how to send the GET request with the help of browser. You need external tool, which is a software to send to test with REST APIs. I have downloaded it. You can download it. It's free. And you have to open the Postman. I'm gonna teach you the same stuff to send API requests from the Postman. So it is opening now. Meanwhile, let me implement my function. You can say songs, and let's define a function get songs. Here you have to provide your request query parameters, like number of records you want to skip, the type is integer, and what is the limit, type is integer. What is the current page, the type is integer. What is the current page or per page, how many records. If you implemented the pagination, I'm trying to do the same stuff. So these are all the query parameters. Skip, it is going to return the script. Skip, let me return the limit, it is going to return the limit. Let me return page, it is going to return the page. Let me return per page, it is going to return per page. Let's restart my server. UVCon main app -- reload. So our Postman has started now. I'm gonna send the request. All you need to do is to create a new, go to the new collection. You can create a new collection if you want. Let's say I'm gonna create a new collection. Select HTTP here. You can also send GraphQL, gRPC, WebSocket, and Socket.io. I've created a new collection. If you want, you can write the name of your collection. Here I have to provide the API, send the request localhost :8000/songs, but you can provide query parameters easily from here. Let's say skip 10 or limit is 10, or let's say page value of the page is 10 or maybe 1. How many records you want to see per page, let's say 10. You can see it has automatically added for us. I've sent the API request, so I got skip, limit, and page and per page value. If you can also set the optional value by adding a default. Right now skip should be a limit, or maybe 1. This is the default value it is asking. You have to provide the default value for everything. Page equals to 1, and per page I want to see 10. So limit is equals to 10, let's say. Now I'm not going to provide these two values. I have unchecked, it will not be provided. So Fast framework will pick the default value. You can see it has picked the default value. If I provide something else, 2, and per page let's say 20, it's going to use that value. Let's talk about multiple query parameters. You can also do that. Multiple query parameters. I'm going to define a new function, new route. This time let's say playlist, and we need playlist ID, and we need songs, and here I'm going to provide song ID, playlist ID. This is how you can have multiple route. Let's define a function, get songs by playlist. It is going to get playlist ID, the type should be integer. It's going to get the song ID, the type should be integer, and it is going to return song ID, which is song ID, and playlist ID and playlist ID. This is how you will create multiple query parameters. So I'm gonna, if you want to save, you can also do that. Let's say I'm gonna save the collection. Where do you want to save? Let's say FastAPI fundamentals. I can say that I'm gonna create a new collection with FastAPI fundamentals. I'm gonna save it. You can also rename the route. Let's say query parameters meters. Next time you will remember query parameters. You can access your collection from here. If I search FastAPI fundamental, you can see that all of your routes will go here. So you can see, you can also view the documentation. Now I'm gonna add a new route inside the FastAPI. Add request. So I've added a new request. I call it let me multiple query parameters. Multiple query parameter. I'm gonna copy that, and we have to provide the playlist. Let's say playlist ID. Then we need songs, and you have to provide the song ID. You can see you got the song ID and the playlist ID. One more thing I want to talk about. If you want to make it required a query parameter, let's say I'm gonna add another string. I'm gonna comment this one. Like, this is the required now. If you will not provide any value for this query parameter, let's say query hello world, something like that, the value of the query. If you will not provide, let's say it is going to give me the error. Hey, you mentioned it is required. This field is required. Now FastAPI is understanding this field is required, but I'm not providing here. That's why I got the issue. I got the problem. Now it looks good. If you want to make it optional, you have to set the default value, I'm gonna set the default value, which is empty. Let's try to do it. Now it got a default value which is empty. This is how, if you want to make a required query parameter, you have to remove this part, the option, this one. You don't need to initialize it if you want to make it required. That's how the concept of query parameters. In the next video, I'm gonna talk about request body. Now we're gonna implement request body. Let's say you wanna create the post endpoint. If you wanna save the data into your DB, when you are building full stack web application, you're gonna send this data from your form. If you build the item form, a user has to provide the name of the item, description, price, and the text. So you have to create the post endpoint in that scenario. So I'm gonna save. It should give me this one, FastAPI. This one. But I also want to show you how to add the validation. You have learned Pydantic. You have learned how to add validation with Pydantic package. Let's try to implement it. I'm gonna do it here. That was my notes. I implemented in my notes. First of all, let's define a base model. I can say class song model. I need base model from Pydantic. You have to import it from Pydantic. You have installed FastAPI, so FastAPI already installed this package. You can check it from lib and you will see Pydantic package here. So I got base model. This is inheritance. Here I have inherited song model from my base model. Here you have to define your properties. I will have title, type should be string. I will have description, the type should be string, and release date, the type should be date. Do I have the date type? No, I have to get from the date time. Let's try to do that from date time. Import date, import date time, date dot release date. Let's try to use that. So I have this property and I'm gonna have another property, album. Let's say album is an optional property. So how can you make the optional property? Let's say the type should be string. You can do in this way, none is equals to none. It means I have made this field optional. So this is optional property. I've defined the model structure. Let's define the route. App dot get. I can say songs. It's not this time. I don't need to create the get route. We gotta create the post route. Let's define create song. It is going to accept the song and the type should be song model. And finally, I can return a song in the response, or you can return a simple song in the response. So let's try to send the post request. I'm gonna create a new request. Let's send the song post request. What is the name? Yes, songs. You can provide request body in Postman by clicking on the body, and we have to send the JSON object, you gotta select JSON from here. So I'm gonna send. It should give me the error, method not allowed. Why method don't? Let's provide JSON object. I think I haven't started my application. Address already in use. Let me close, restart it. I'm gonna send request. I'm not going to provide JSON object right now. It should give me the error. Hey, your fields are missing. All right. Title. Follow me. Description. Do I have description? No. Yes, I have description. New song. Artist. What about release date? You have to provide the date here. I'm not sure about the exact format for the date. Date from datetime parsing. Input should be valid date or datetime. Invalid character in the year. Let's try in this day 2023 2. This looks good. I have provided the valid date, but I did not provide the album. You can see that it has worked because album is an optional property. If I provide the album, dancing feet, now I got the dancing feet. This is how you will make request body. What if I create put endpoint to update record? When you have to update a data, you gotta use the update endpoint. So this time we need to get the ID, song ID, and you can get song ID here. Type should be int. And I'm also going to do another stuff. You can add song ID here, song ID here, and I'm gonna provide my song ID. I'm also going to do something different. Song dot dump model dump. I'm gonna call this function. Please add all of my properties inside this dictionary, and it will this FastAPI will be treated as a JSON. So this time we gotta send the put request. I'm gonna create a new request. This time we have to send the put request. Let's say we have to update the record. When you need to update the record, you will send the put request. This time let's imagine I would like to update the song title, something else, old song, change the date, change album, something like that. Make sure you gotta provide the ID of the song you wanna update. You can see I got this one. This is the song ID. So this is how you can create the put and the post endpoint. If you want to add the validation for the request body, you can use the Pydantic model. Now we're gonna build a CRUD API with Fast Framework. I'm gonna remove everything from the main.py. I can say the CRUD API. Let me remove everything. I will have a single route. When you will build a complex application, you may need external router. FastAPI provides API router. This API router will provide you to split your routing in multiple files. All you need to do, FastAPI your app.include router. Here you have to provide your router. I did not create these routers. I'm gonna create a new routers function. Oh, it's not a function, it's a folder. Here I will place all of my routes. We're gonna create Spotify type application. Let me open that. Spotify developer documentation. We're gonna build this type of API tracks. You can get a track with the help of ID. To get a track, you need to send the API request to this URL version1 and tracks and the ID. So api.spotify.com, it could be the host, and you will have the version1, and here you will have the tracks ID. Now we need to implement it. Let's get the router first. From FastAPI, please import API router. I can define song router or tracks router. FastAPI router. Let's call it. Yes, I've called this class, or I got the object from this class by calling the API router. Now I can define the route. I can say tracks router dot get. Here you have to specify the name or the title. We have tracks. Let's define this route in async definition get tracks. Here I don't need to get any argument here. This function will return a dictionary. If you want to add a type, you can do that. Like, it is going to return a dictionary. If you want, you can do that. And all you need to do is return a simple tracks, an array. Right now I don't have any track. I'm not going to use database here. I just want to show you this simple CRUD APIs. So we have created the get route. Now you can call it here. I can get the one more thing. We have created the song router, tracks router. Now I would like to export it from this function. In Python you use init_.py. Here I wanna import songs router from songs. Please import songs router, or not a songs from, it should be tracks, not a songs, tracks. All right, from tracks I would like to import tracks router. That's it. Now you should be able to use or import track router. I don't need API router here. From routers we need to import tracks router. if you will not use the underscore 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 init.py, you will not be able to import directly tracks router. All the fast API documentation recommends this path. This is a best practice to import multiple, to split your application into multiple files. Now here I'm gonna provide tracks router. It looks good. So we have to test our application. I'm not into virtual environment. Let me go to the virtual environment, source venv bin/activate. Now we're gonna run the application, main app -- reload. It's going to start our application at port 8000. So I wanna go to the localhost :8000 and I wanna see the documentation. You will get a Swagger documentation. I got the tracks here. So I can send the request. There is an issue here. I got the error. Let me look at the error, what it is saying. Let's test it out. I got the issue, internal server error. What if I remove the async? Let's test it without async. Still getting server error. Serialize response issue here. Because I have mentioned I'm gonna return the dictionary, but I was returning the list. That was the issue. Now it's a dictionary. So you should get the tracks. See that? Now we're gonna implement the post route. What about create route? We will have inside the tracks to save a track from the current user, or this feature should be in the artist. I think an artist can publish a new song, but they don't have publicly this feature. They don't have an API endpoint to save, to create a new track. So I'm gonna create a new post endpoint inside the tracks.py, router.post tracks, and definition create track. This should accept the track here, and we need to provide the type of Pydantic model. Have you learned the Pydantic model? I have a folder, I have a complete module on Pydantic models. Let's create a new model, or here I can say models. If you want, you can create a model. I can say create song model, create song.py, something like that. Let's rename it to create song, or maybe song.py. Or you can use something else like model.py. That's it. That looks good. Model.py. So we need to get Pydantic from import Pydantic base model. Actually, we need a base model. I would like to inherit my track model from base model. Here I have to specify the properties. Type should be integer. I will have the title of the song. Let's keep it more simple. I'm gonna define two properties. Now I can use can I get from model import track model. So I can use track model here, and it should return the dictionary. It should return dictionary. So all you have to do is to add a new tracks inside the list. Tracks.append. Let me add a new track, and we have to return tracks and tracks. So this dictionary object will be converted into JSON. FastAPI will do that for us. So when you go to the documentation, you will have a new route, create tracks. So I'm gonna create a new track, try it out. So we have to provide the ID of the track. Let's say it's a 1, and track name, follow me. You can see I have a dictionary object, and here I have a tracks. Let's add a new track ID, and I'm gonna provide the name of the track or the title animals. Now you can see we have two tracks. If I fetch all the tracks by sending the get API request, you will see the dictionary JSON object with tracks array. Now I'm gonna implement find one. I need ID, track ID. If you look up the documentation of Spotify, you should be able to get the track by ID. If you want simple ID, you can do that as well. I will say get, it should be get underscore tracks, get track by ID. Here I can get track ID, and the type should be integer. So here I would like to add the logic to fetch the track only based on ID. I'm gonna run the for loop on the track in tracks. So if track dot ID equals to track ID, then we need to return this track. Let's try to check it out. We have a new route, track by ID. Let's create a new track first. Follow me. Now I have a first track with ID number 1. Let me try it out. I'm gonna provide the ID. So I got the internal server error. So it is asking me the dictionary. So the same issue, track. I don't have a track. Let's create it out. So I have the track. Now I have to fetch. You can see that I got the track. What happens if you provide the invalid value? I got internal server error. What if I send this message? Could not find track based on your ID. It's not working. It's giving me error. I'll teach you how to handle the error gracefully in the future modules. So we have this one. Now let's implement the delete. We got a delete on the based on ID. Here we need to get the index first. I can use the track range to get the index. Length, we need to provide the tracks. Here it should be index. Now I can get the track on the based on index. Tracks index. If track dot id, track dot id. Now we need to track dot pop to remove it, and we have to provide the index. This is how you iterate on a list by using the range and length function. So I'm gonna create a new track, the ID number 1. So a track is created. Make sure you return something from here. Return a message, track deleted. Let's create a new track because I have reload the application reloaded. Let's delete it with ID number 1. Track deleted. Let's try to fetch the track. You should see the empty array. Let's add some more tracks. 1, track number 2. Now I have 2 track. Let's delete the ID number 2, delete the track with ID number 2. Now track is deleted. Let's fetch all the tracks. You should see a single track. So delete is working fine now. Now we have to implement update track. Instead of delete, I'm going to use the put. You use the put HTTP verb to update a method to update the record. I would like to update the record on the based on ID, but I also get the update model. I can say track DTO. I'll call it data transfer object. You can call it any name here. we don't have a model. Let's say track update model. I don't need to update the ID. I only need to update the title. So I can get track update model. Now I can provide it track update model. So I call it track DTO, data transfer object. Here we have to if it is matched, then what you have to do, track dot title should be track DTO dot title. That's it. Here I can say track updated successfully, or you can return the updated track. Here I'm iterating on the list. I got the track on the based on index. Let's test it out by sending the update request. First we need to create a new track. Create a new track with string title. Let's say I want to update the track, so you have to provide the ID, and I can say follow me title. Now you can see the track is updated. I got the updated track. Let's fetch all the tracks. You should see a track with updated ID, updated title. That's how you will perform the CRUD operation. This length function returns a number of items in a container. We will have 1. Then the range allow us to iterate or iterate on all of the items. What if I debug the code? Let's say track length response, len tracks. Here I can provide tracks length response. What if I print this one, tracks length response? First we need to create the track. Yes, track created. Now we have to update the track. Did I? Yes, I got 200. Let's update the track. Follow me. So I got 1. The length is returning how many items in a list. We just created a 1 record, that's why I got the length 1. What if I add a new item, ID number 2, string? Let's update the track with ID number 2. So this time you can see I got the 2. So the range help us to iterate. It's an array. It's a for loop. We are just getting the index. If you want to map response model, what do I mean by response model? Let me run the application first. Source venv bin and activate. Let me run the project. Localhost colon 8000 /docs. So I want to see all the tracks, but I cannot see what this endpoint is going to return in the response. If you look at the Spotify application documentation, you will see what is the response of each endpoint. If front-end user wants to implement your or consume your REST API, he can see, hey, I cannot see what this endpoint is going to return. What you can see the response of this one, it is going to return ID and the title, but I cannot see the response. What about this one? What it is going to return in the response? Let me look that in the documentation for tracks. So you can see this is the response sample. Like they are saying when you send request to this URL, you are gonna get this response. It is going to return the album type, total tracks, and available markets. And this is the structure of a JSON object. We have to do the same stuff here. Now let's implement it. So all you need to do is to add response model and the array of your model. Let's say this is going to return a list of tracks. So I can use response model and I'm gonna define my model, which is track model or song model. What did I define in the model? Yep, track model. So we have to import, I already import track model. Getting the error. I forgot to add the comma. Now it looks good, but still got the issue. So a list has not attribute. Make sure you define the list. Let's check it out. Now it should display the response type. It is saying you will get the array in the response, and each item in the list is a JSON object, and you will see ID in the object and the title. You can do the same stuff by using this one. You can add return type here. Let's say if you want to do in this way, get tracks. It's a post when you created a new track, it is return the dictionary, but I want return a track. So I can say track model. It is going to return this object. You can do the same thing by using this return type. Both are doing the same thing. Let's look at the post method. So you can see it is going to return the record of a new track. Let's do it for all of my routes. Single record, it is also going to return a track model. And instead of dictionary, we're gonna return this track. Let's test it out, the single method. Where is the track by ID? It is going to return a track. What about delete? Delete is just returning a simple message, so I'm gonna use a dictionary here. What about update? I can return the updated record, so I can return the track. So I also have to change my dictionary to track model. So let's look at the update. You can see the response type is an object. It should give me the track model. Then what is happening here? Title. Track.id should be track ID. It is using track update model. But I'm using track model here. Let's use response model, track model. I forgot to add the comma. Let's test it out. I don't think so. What is going on? Oh, this is an input request body, but it's working fine. I don't need to do that. It's working fine. Track model. Actually, I did not see this response type. I was looking at request body. So everything is good now. This is the request body. This is the response type. So this is how you can model the response. In this lesson, I'm gonna teach you the concept of error handling. Let's say I'm gonna go to the localhost :8000/docs. What if I provide the invalid value here? Let's say if I provide 55 or 33, this ID does not exist. I don't have any record based on this ID. So it is going to give me the internal server error. But we can send we can handle the exception gracefully, so you can handle errors efficiently. So how can you do that? Right now I cannot understand what is going on here. Where is the issue? Response validation error. So let me send the exception. So you have to raise the exception. You gotta get HTTP exception and the status class. Let's raise the exception here. You have to provide status code. I can get the status. Here you have all of your status code. So let's say I want to say 404 record does not exist, and our next argument is detail. The track does not exist. That's it. I'm gonna copy the same thing for delete and update. If track does not exist, we have to send the error. Similarly, we can do that for delete. Now we're gonna test it. You can see track does not exist with this ID. Or what if I try to provide the invalid ID for delete? You will see the message track does not exist. What about the update? If I provide the invalid value, you should get track does not exist. This is how you will handle errors gracefully, by using the raise HTTP exception. Now we're gonna connect our application to database. We're gonna do a little bit restructuring for our folders. I'm gonna create a new application. It's an app folder. I'm gonna place all of my source code into the app directory, but I will not place venv inside my app directory. I'm gonna put my main.py. I'm also gonna put model.py. I'm gonna save the application. It has already fixed the path for me. Now you will see the app.model. I also want to update model to schemas. I will place all of my Pydantic schema here inside the schemas.py. Let's fix this. It looks good. Let's try to test it out. I'm gonna run the application. Oh, it's giving me the error. Now my main file inside the app. So instead of main:py, you gotta use app.main:app and the reload, but it is not recognizing uvcorn. We gotta do uvcorn. Oops, uvcorn. Oh, cron. OMG. uvcorn. Now my application is running. Remember, make sure you add the app instead of main:app. No module found from the routers. No module named routers. Where? Inside the main.py. We gotta fix that. From routers. From routers, import tracks router. It looks good. Application is running now. Let's test it out. Localhost colon 8000/docs. So everything is fine now. I got the errors. We also have to fix the path for the schema inside the routers. From app.schema, this looks good. Dictionary and the tracks, it should display me the empty tracks, but I got internal server error. Let's try to create track. Let's see what is going to return. For create track, I'm gonna place ID1 title string. Let's do that. I got the track. Let's fetch all the tracks. So internal server error. What if I try to fetch a track only based on ID? I got the track only based on ID. What if I update the track only based on ID? Let's do follow me. So track is updated, but this is not working. Oh, I think I'm using response model. Plus, I'm also using a dictionary here. Get rid of this dictionary. I'm gonna return the tracks. We already set a list of track model. Instead of using this list, I'm gonna import from typing import list. Let's use that list. Let's try to test it out to fetch all the tracks. Please give me empty array. Oh, now I got the empty array. Create a new track. Fetch all the tracks. It looks good so far. So in the next video, we're gonna connect our application to real Postgres database. We're gonna create a new file here for with the name of database. Now we're gonna connect our application to database. Let's create a new file database.py inside the app. We're gonna use SQLALCHEMY ORM and Postgres. If you don't have Postgres installed, I want you to install the Postgres first. Install Postgres. So you got to click on this link, the Postgres download. I'm using Mac, so I have already installed Postgres on my machine. If you're using Windows, you got to click on this button and it will give you the binaries, and then you can install the binaries. Another package, I'm gonna use a graphical user interface, which is pgadmin, to interact with Postgres database, or we can use VS Code extension. You can download that package or that tool. I'm using Mac, so I've already installed pgadmin on my computer. let me start pgadmin4. It's going to install that. If you have experience with Docker, you can use the Docker with Postgres. We're going to use SQLALCHEMY. It's an object relational mapper. You don't need to write the exact SQL queries. You will write your objects, and then these objects will be converted into tables. So you will define the model in the form of classes and objects. So first step, we gotta install a SQLALCHEMY. Make sure I gotta do it here. This is how you can connect with Postgres. If you don't have database, you can create a database. You can use any name here. I can say that tracks project. Now I have the database tracks project. This is how you can install SQLALCHEMY. Stop the application, and we need to install SQLALCHEMY package. I think we don't have requirements.txt. We freeze. Let me find out how to save packages in requirements.txt. Run pip freeze. Oh yeah, pip freeze, and use this one. Get rid of this one. Let's create it here. Oops. Pip freeze. Now I will have all of my packages here. So when you need to use this project, all you need to do pip install -r and requirements.txt. readme.md, install packages, install packages. I can say that pip install, or not a pip, yeah, pip install -r requirements.txt. First of all, you must create a virtual environment. Create venv, Python. If you are using Python 3, you can use that venv. And now this would be your next step. Oh, you also need to go to the venv, source venv, bin and activate. Project setup. You will install the packages. This is how you can run the project. Run the project. uvcon app.main underscore py underscore colon app dash dash reload. So your application will be started at port 8000. So that's it. So we have installed SQLALCHEMY. Now you're gonna learn how to connect with database. We're gonna use couple of packages. Don't worry, I'll teach you what it is doing, what this package is doing. Actually, we are imported session maker from SQL directory. There is an ORM package. Inside the SQLALCHEMY package, there is a ORM module. We imported session maker from this module. We also imported declarative base from this one. If you look at the venv, look at the SQLALCHEMY package, here is that. If you go to the ORM, oh yeah, we also imported create engine. You can find that create engine. Here we have create.py. This is the package, this is the method we imported, create engine. So first step to connect with SQLALCHEMY, you gotta create the engine first. Here you have to provide your database connection URL, Postgres, root, localhost, and Spotify app. We created a new database. I want you to provide your database name. We have tracks underscore project. I'm gonna provide this one. Now our next step is to create the engine. So we gotta create the engine by providing this path, and then we need session. Let's create a new session. This session will allow us to connect with database. So please bind my engine, and you can learn more about AutoFlash. I'll teach you that. Here I'm gonna do it for only testing purpose. You can connect the engine is connected, and close the connection will be closed, and this base will be used to create the models. That's it for now. Let's import database. I can say import database. Let's say that from database, let's say import engine, something like that, to use that. Run the application. It should log the message connected successfully and connection closed. I cannot see that message. Oh, I got the error. We don't have this package. I think we gotta install the binaries for this package. We need to install this package. Let's install this package. This package will work with Postgres. So install it. run the application again. Oh, nice. I got the message. Connection happened and it has closed the connection. I just did this for logging purpose. First we created the engine, then we have created the session and binding our engine here with the session. This session provides the API to interact with database, and we're gonna use this base to connect our models. If you look from the documentation or SQLALCHEMY GitHub, let's review the source code of this stuff. First of all, let's find the create engine package, create engine method from SQLALCHEMY into the library. Here I can find the engine. Let's find the create one. This is the source code. Define create engine. You gotta provide the engine, and we use the args. So this is the source code of create engine. It is returning the engine. That's why I stored inside the engine. We provided the SQLALCHEMY URL. Actually, we provided the URL here. The URL, the type of the URL could be string and the URL type. We use the string type. We created the engine. Engine is created. Now let's find the session maker. There is a class of session maker inside the ORM. Go to the ORM package. You will find a session. Where is this session? Oh yeah, I got it. There is a method here. Inside this session, you will find the session maker. Session maker. So this is the source code of session maker. You can read that. Session maker SQLALCHEMY. If you want to dig into deeper, you can read the documentation of session maker using the declarative base in ORM mapping function described. And what does the session do? Session establishes all of the conversation with database. If you interact with database, you gotta use this session. You wanna write select statement, you wanna write delete the record, you need the help of session. Don't worry, we're gonna use session a lot. You need session when you want to query the data. What's declarative base? It's going to return the function of declarative base. Now you're gonna learn how to create model in SQLALCHEMY. You need to create a new class. This is the class song, and this song class will be converted into SQL table. Here I have created the name of the table, which is songs. It depends on you what type of song or what type of table name you want to set. in here you will place your primary key. I got the column class from SQLALCHEMY. In here we have provided the type, which is integer, and primary key set to true, and I also set the index. If you have background in SQL, you know this index. Like you can query only based on ID index. Here we have column class, and I have provided the type, which is string. Release date, I got the date from SQLALCHEMY type date. Here for the duration, I have set the duration, which is column, and the type of the duration is time. And the next step would be, let me find out. The next step would be to create or map our classes into SQL table, into SQL tables. You can call this method models.base.metadata.createAll. Here you gotta provide your engine. This line will create a tables on the based on your classes. In the models.py, we have defined our new model, this one, and it will be converted into table. I'm gonna name it to models.py. I have imported column, string, integer, date, and time from SQLALCHEMY. I also got date and time from datetime package. Here I got the base class from declarative base. We have used this function. This function gave us the base class. We're gonna use this base class to define our models. I'm gonna use track instead of songs to keep it more consistent. Here I have passed the type, the primary key set to true, and the index. We also have title column, release date, and the duration. I'm not going to use datetime, so get rid of this one. If you want to dig into the column class, you can also do that. I got the column class from SQLALCHEMY package. Inside the SQL, you will have a schema.py. Here I can see the class quarks. The first argument is quarks, like what we have provided. We have provided integer type. We have provided primary key and the index. So you can provide multiple arguments, visit name and the column, inherit, cache, true, key, server. This instructor will be called when you call the column. You will have these type of properties. Here we have set the index. By default it's a none, so I have set as a optional. That's why I set the index to true. It's an optional value. You can do that. You can learn more about by reading the official source code. When you define the optional field, you can use the optional and the type of your field, and you can set to none. They have imported the optional from typing, I think so. From typing, yes, they will have optional from typing. So where was my class column? Here we have. So this is the constructor. You will have primary key. We have set the primary key to true. By default it is false. and you will have auto increment 2. These are all the types are available for you. We have used string, date, and the time. We have used a string. If you want to provide a specific name for the column, you can do that. But we use this approach to define the name. String, primary key to true, email addresses, you can also do that. So all of the types are available for you. So we created our first model. Now we need to convert this model to database table. I'm gonna use my pgadmin to verify that. I told you you need this line to activate or to convert our class into model. I can import that from database package in the main.py. Let's do that. From we have an engine, we also need models, import base, and here I'm gonna copy my line. Models, what is this? Connect to the DB. Let's fix first. I can use base. Let's try to test our application and see what will happen. Application is running now. I need to comment these lines inside the database. I was just using for testing purpose. My application is running fine now. Let's try to verify from our Postgres. Have it created the database inside the tables? Did it create a table inside the DB? Let's find. Oh, nice. What was the name of our tracks project? Okay. Tracks project. You should see a tracks table. Awesome. I got the tracks and I got the tracks table. I can look at all of the records of the tracks. Here we have the ID, we have the title, release date, and the duration. It means we have successfully converted our models into a DB. We need a dependency to perform CRUD operation. Let's say when we will create a new record in our database, we're gonna define this tracks router.post, and here I have response model, I want to talk about this line, this argument. Whenever you need to perform CRUD operation with database, you need a dependency and we need a DB session object, and this create track function is dependent on getDB function. What is inside the getDB function? We're gonna create this dependency getDB function. It is nothing more, it's just trying to make a connection with database. So in this video we're gonna create this dependency yield DB. It's nothing, it's like a async await. Please wait. When you please wait, it is saying please wait, I'll take some time to connect with database, and after I have successfully connected to database, then it is going to close that. When our operation will be completed, here the database connection will be closed. When our operation will be completed, it is going to close the connection with DB. So in this video our focus is to create a dependency only. Create DB dependency. I'm gonna create a new file, dependencies. I'll place all my dependencies here. C*py. We need this method getDB, and we need a session local. I need to get this session local from our database. I called a section, let's rename it to session local. Now I want to use that here inside the dependency. So from database import session local. So we have created our dependency. In the next video we're going to use this dependency to create a new route. We're going to perform CRUD operation. Actually we're going to perform create operation. We're going to create the task and we need this dependency. I will use depends from the FastAPI package. This method or the class will be imported from the FastAPI. Now we're gonna create a new track inside the database. Previously we have used this method track create and track model, and we were saving a data inside the local list. Now we need first dependency and we need track create a Pydantic model, and here I will have create track method inside my CRUD service. We're gonna use CRUD service. We're gonna create that CRUD service and we will pass our DB and this track, a track object from the request. Inside the CRUD.py it will accept a session with DB. Now DB provides the APIs to interact with database. We will have schemas.track create. We're gonna create the track schema. Here we will have track create. It is using the track base. Title, release date. Release date could be none, or duration can also be null. So we will call this method inside the CRUD. We use the song from the models and we're going to provide our arguments in the constructor: title, duration, release date, and it is going to add in the DB in the session, please add my new record, and it is going to commit the transaction and it is going to give me the refresh data, and you will return a DB track. So first of all, we need to implement CRUD service inside the app. I can create, or you can create a new folder. You can say CRUD. I can say I need tracks CRUD.py. Let's define a method. It will create a new record, new track inside the database. Create track. It is going to accept the DB, and we need a session from SQLALCHEMY. Import session. Let me check it from SQLALCHEMY RM. Import session, and it is also going to use a track DTO, and we need track create. We don't have any schema for track create inside the schemas. We also need to update a little bit changing. I'm going to create a track base from the base model. The first one is ID. The type should be int, and the second argument should be title of the track. Type should be string, and we need release date, when the track is going to be released. Here I'm going to use the date. I can get the date from datetime or typing. Let me double check that. Yes, from datetime. Time import date only and the time. It's a null. It could be an optional or it could be null. You can also set the optional from typing. Let's use in this way. Let's do in this way. Date and duration. The time, and it could be null, an empty field. And here I can say I need a track. Actually, we need a track create. Inside the track base, I should not have the ID. So I can call track base, and I don't need to provide anything. So to continue our process, I'm gonna call the pass. So when you need to create a track, we need title, release date, and duration. We don't need ID. When you need to return the track, when you need to implement create or get routes, we need an ID. That's why I need track base, and I'm gonna set the ID title. ID should be int and not an int. Yes. So we also need to set the configuration with DB. Call config. This form attributes for SQLALCHEMY. I'm telling, hey, this could be when you fetch the data from the DB, please map that type. So this class config for SQLALCHEMY. So we have track create, we have track base. This is a base class. Now let's use the track create. I can import that from schemas. not from schemas, import track create. We have a track create and I called track DTO. It could be any name. We also need a song model or track model from the models. From models, import track. And here I can call track. Let's create a track. It would be DB track instance. And I can provide my title here, track DTO dot title, duration, track DTO dot duration, and release date, track DTO dot release date. Now we need to db track dot add. Actually, we need to use a db dot add. Please add a new track, db track, and we need to commit our transaction, and we need to refresh the db. We gotta provide our db track, and finally we need to return a new created track. So now it's time to use that method inside the route tracks. First step, we need to map response model. It is going to return the new track, newly created track. So make sure you import track. That's why I use track. Get rid of this one. I'm gonna use response model to keep it consistent. I have used response model in a track. Here we need a track create. Let's import that track create. Let me use it here, track create. One more thing, this method is dependent on DB. That's why we need to add a dependency. Let's get the session from import from SQLALCHEMY.orm import session. So it also depends on the dependency. The FastAPI, let's use a depends. So I can use it here, depends on. Let's provide our dependency. We have created the dependency from from dependency import getDB. Let's use a getDB here. Now I also need to import CRUD method, import CRUD, or I can use from CRUD, from app.CRUD, import create tracks. What is the name of the method? I'm not getting suggestions. Let's look at what is wrong. Oh, from app.crud.trackscrud import create track. Instead of create track here, I can say create a track route, and we need to call that method create track, provide the DB and track create track DTO. I can provide track, or I can say track DTO. No module dependencies. From app.dependencies import get DB. It should work now. No module schema. Where is that? Tracks create. From app.schema, from app.models. Now application is running now. Let's try to test it. I'm gonna send the API request from my Swagger documentation. Let's create a new track. I also got the example value, the name of the track, animals. It is going to pick a release date and duration for me. Let's do that. You can see I have created the track successfully. Let's double check it. From the DB, here we have the record. What if I provide the I don't want to provide, let's say, duration. What will happen? A new track, please create. Got it. Duration is null. Similarly, you can create a new track without release date and duration. Shining, dancing feet. Oh, I got the error. Oops, I don't need to provide that. So a track is created fine now. We have successfully implemented create track feature. This is used to create a track. We have made modification in the database. We have created a dependency. And here, this function is dependent on this dependency because we have to interact with database, and we called create track and we have provided track DTO. Now you're gonna implement get tracks feature. We need to add a response model. This time we need to get the list of tracks. I can import the list from typing, and we also need to add our dependency, and we need to have a new method inside the CRUD with the name of get tracks, and I have to provide the DB. This is going to query all of the tracks from the database. All you need is db.query. You need to provide your model, and you have to call the all method. Please fetch all the tracks for me. I want you to implement it. Take your time and implement the feature. Alright, let me do that for you. First, I'm gonna define get tracks. It is going to take the DB as an instance, and I'm gonna call db.query. You need to provide the model instance. We have a track. We already imported track, and we gotta call the all method. That's it. Let's use that method inside the tracks router. Here we have get tracks. Where is this one? This is get tracks. Make sure you add your dependency here. and I'm gonna call get tracks. Make sure you imported the get tracks. Do not use this get tracks. Please do not do that. Don't make a mistake. I used to make a mistake. This is get tracks route. I need get tracks, and I'm gonna pass the DB. Let's try to test it out to fetch all of the tracks. I'm gonna send the API request. Awesome, I got all the tracks, but it is not displaying the duration and the release date because I use the track model here. Instead of using track model, we need to use this track, this type. I wanna see ID, I wanna see title, release date, and the duration. Change the application, fetch all of the tracks. Now I got the duration and the release date. We have ID, title. Let's implement the get track by ID. We're gonna delete this code and replace this one. We will have this route, and I'm gonna add our response model. We will define this route. It will take track ID, and this is the dependency, and we're gonna have get track by ID. We need to provide DB and track ID. Another thing, I have defined a method get track by ID, DB session track ID, and you can call the get method. Let's do that. I'm gonna define a new method inside my tracks CRUD. Get track by ID. It should be track. It is going to get the DB and the track ID as an argument. Let's define a new route. I'm gonna copy that, and inside this, let's replace that with this. Actually, we need to use that get track by ID route, or you can say that get track. We have get tracks route. You can use get track route. We have track ID, and we have provided the dependency. I use get track by ID. Let me get that get track by ID. Oops, I made a mistake here. It should be delete track. I also made a mistake. It should be update track by ID. Let's try to fetch a track by ID. I'm gonna provide the ID, which is 1 here. I got the record with 1. Let's fetch record with 2. I got the record with 2. We have successfully implemented the get track by ID. Now we're gonna implement delete track. We will have this method inside the track CRUD. It will take DB and track ID. You can, first of all, we need to get the track by using the get method, and DB provides a delete method. All you need to do is to provide the track, the object track object, and it is going to commit the transaction, and it is going to close the DB, and finally we can return a simple message, track deleted. Let's use that method in the tracks CRUD. It should be tracks. Now it's time to use it inside the delete. I'm gonna remove the existing delete method. This one route should be same. Delete track by ID. We gotta use that method, delete track by ID. So everything is good to go now. We also added a dependency. I provided the DB and the track ID. Let's try to delete the track with ID number 3. Track deleted, awesome. Let's try to fetch all the tracks. You cannot see a record with ID number 3. Finally, we need to implement the update track. Update track will accept our DB, track ID, and track DTO. We will create a new model inside the schema with track update. First of all, it is going to fetch a track based on ID. And then we need to set the title here. We also need to set the release date. And we also need to set the duration. And finally, we're gonna call db.commit and it is going to return the track. I want you to implement it. Stop the video and implement this feature. I'm gonna paste that method. Instead of model, this one, it should be track. Everything is good to go now. I'm going to remove the print. Fetch the track, set the title, set release date, set duration, and commit the transaction. We need a track update. I don't have track update inside my schemas. I can create a track update. It should be base model. So everything should be optional here. You can say that it depends on user. We have to use that here, track update. I also need to use track update inside the route. I also missed a response model here. Inside the get track, it should be track. For the deleted, I don't have any response model. Here, response model should be track. And update track route, we need update track by ID. That looks good. It will get the track ID and track DTO and dependency, and we're gonna call this method update track by ID. Let's test it out. I'm gonna copy this object. Let's update the route. Animals, it should be, I don't need to provide the ID. Should be a new song, or let me add date. Make sure you provide the ID. We have updated the track successfully. I got the date. I also got the duration, and we have the ID, and this is the title. In this module, we're gonna implement authentication. Right now, anyone can create a song, anyone can create a track, anyone can fetch the tracks. So only artist can publish this song. So public users can view the song. Only artist can delete the song. Only artist can remove or update the track. We don't have any artist model yet. Let's create an artist. If you have worked with Spotify, if you have used Spotify, we're going to follow the same example application. In Spotify, you will have artist. Let me open that. Spotify. So this is an artist. Only this artist can publish a new song. Only this artist can update the description or can add something new in this track. Only this artist can update the lyrics. Let's define a new artist. Let's create a new table. Artist. Now we're going to define properties. I'm going to add the ID as a primary key. And we need email and the password for the artist. So we need email. One more thing you need to use, the email should be unique. So I have added a new constraint. I also added a new constraint nullable to false. You can also do that. The nullable title should be false, or if these are optional properties, you can set nullable to true. So email is required, and you can also do that here. Nullable to false. Yes. Now we're gonna set the password. String. Nullable to false. If you want to set the title of the artist or the username or the name of the artist, you can also do that. I can set the column name, string. Here a nullable should be false. So artist will have these 4 properties: ID, email, password, and the name. Now I'm gonna run the application. Uvicorn app.main and app-reload. Oh, I did not into my venv. Let me go to my venv. Now it's working fine now. You will see the artist table inside your database. Tracks project. And I can see the artist table here. You will see these columns: ID, email, password, and the name. So instead of using artist, I'm gonna rename it to user, because I will add a relationship between user and the artist later. I would like to make it consistent. Here I can add the role later. It should be string, and role could be a user or an artist or a manager. We can do that part later, but I want to keep it consistent. So let's use the simple user. Instead of artist, I'm going to use the users, because if you use this implementation, you can implement in any project. If I use the artist, you will be confused to apply authentication in your own project. That's why I used users instead of artist. So we have the users with email and the password. Get rid of the artist. I'm gonna delete that. That looks good. Now we can implement a create new user. We don't have any route for users. I'm gonna create a new file, users.py. Here, let's get the API router from FastAPI. API router. Here I can say users router, API router, and I can define my new route at users router dot post. We're gonna implement a create route feature. I can say users. It's going to create a new user, or you can say this is the sign up new user. We also need to add a response model, but we did not implement a schema yet. Definition create user. It is going to take a user DTO or data transfer object. We're gonna have inside the schema. Let's return something. You can say sign up route. Now to register this router, we have to import into main.py file. I can use that from here. Inside the routers init, here I can import users, import user router. Now I can use the user router and app.include router, and I can call the user router. Now it's time to test this route /users. We need to send the post request. I can use the postman. Let's create a new request. HTTP request. This should be the post. I can say localhost colon 8000 /users 422. What did I miss here? User DTO. Oh, user DTO is missing, so I'm gonna remove everything. Let's test it out. I can see the sign up route. So I can save into my collection FastAPI fundamentals, and you can say sign up user. Every time I need to send the sign up request, sign up user request, I can find that from my FastAPI fundamentals, and I can send the sign up user. You can also do that from your API documentation. You can also do that. You can also test it from here. Sign up user. You can get the sign up route. So we have created the route successfully. I gotta rename it to sign up route. Now we have to implement the schema. Inside the schema, we need the schema. We need a base class, and we need email validator package inside the schema. Oops, find that schemas. Inside the schemas, I can use the base model. This is the user base, because I don't want to send the password in the response. That's why I use the email. We need to install external package email validator. Yes. So pip install email validator. Pip freeze requirement.txt. Now requirements.txt will be updated. You will see the email validator here. So I can import email string from email validator. Import email string. What was that? String email? What is this? Email string. Oh. From Pydantic, I think so. Yeah, email string from Pydantic library. Because Pydantic library is using email validator. That's why we installed email validator. So we created the user base model, and now we're gonna have a user create. When you need to create a user, you only need to provide email and the password. I can get the email from user base, this one. Now we will have a user. Oops. So I will have a user. Now this user is inherited from the user base class. We are using the email. When we will return a user in the response, we will return the ID and the email field. That's why I did not use the password here. And I used it for ORM, SQLALCHEMY. It will identify that this is the user in the database. So we can use that here. I can get user DTO. We need to get the schema. This time I can use that approach. From ... import from up, import. What is this? Where I have inside the users, go to the import schemas. Why I'm not getting the suggestions? I think we have to fix something here. We have to use the init _.py. I think I forgot that. This is the package. App is a package. From ... from ... import schemas. Now I can import the schemas. So I can use schemas dot user create Now we're gonna test our application. You should provide the user DTO. If I send the request, or let me refresh it. So it is saying you have to return, you have to provide username. Actually, you need to provide email and the password. Let me send that. So I got sign up route successfully. We have implemented edit the schema yet. Now we're gonna create a new user. If you want to set the status code, it depends on you. If you don't want, that would be an optional. So a user, we already created a user schema. Actually, I renamed the user as user schema, but if you like user, you can do that. And here I'm dumping or providing the dictionary. This will give the dictionary. Instead of writing user.email, user.password, you can dump the entire object here. The entire object will be dumped as a dictionary. And you have learned how to add the dependency. I got the user. Finally, we need to add the user, commit the transaction, refresh the DB, and return the DB user. So I'm gonna copy the entire, let me find it. So I'm gonna copy everything and let's paste it here. Here I can say schemas dot user. It is here we need to add the return type. Schemas dot user create. We also need to get the session. I can get the session from SQLALCHEMY.orm import session. We also need to import dependency. I can say dependencies. I can add getDB dependencies.getDB. We also need to get depends from FastAPI package. If you like to get the status code, you can also do that. That looks good. We need to get the user from the model. Models. I can say models.user. That looks good. So this is our sign up route. So we have to test it out. You can test it from your documentation. Let's create a new route or new user. john_doe@gmail.com. Password 123. So you can see a user has created, but it did not return the password in the response because we used I only want to return the ID and the email field. If I provide the invalid email, let's try to check it out. If I provide the same email, you should receive the error, unique constraint error. It is going to give that duplicate key. What about invalid value? Let's say if I forgot to add the hey, value is not valid email address. If I double check it from my DB, let me fetch all the users. Here you can see, but I saved the password in plain text. In real world application, you will not save the password in real text. We have to encrypt the password. We're gonna save the hash. In the next video, I'll teach you how to encrypt the user password. In this video, we're gonna encrypt the password. I don't want to save the password in plain text format. So you need to install another library, pip install passlib, and you have to provide bcrypt. Let's install it. Let me save into my requirements. So here we have the passlib. Here we need to call that function get hash password. Let me implement inside the sign up route. Here, before saving the user, we have to encrypt the user password, get hashed password, and I have provided the password. Right now, we did not create this method get hash password. I'm going to create a new file in the app. I can say utils You will place all of your utility functions here. We need to create that function, get hash password. I can import utils here. Instead of get password, I can call utils.getHashPassword, and I can define the hash password here. What it is going to take, it is going to take a user password or plain text password. Here we need to write our logic to encrypt the user password. If you want to do that, you can look up the documentation and do this challenge. You gotta encrypt the user password. You can use any resource, you can use the documentation. All right, let me do that. In the utils, we need to use crypto context. We need to import that. Oops. From passlib.context, I'm gonna use crypto context. We're gonna use the bcrypt, that's why I use that. Here we are telling this would be my default hashing algorithm. This would be my default hashing algorithm. We provided the schema and deprecated to our auto. We call this class or crypto context, providing the values. We got the pwd context. To encrypt, I'm gonna copy these functions. When we verify the password, you need password string and the hash password, and it is going to return the boolean. We will use that method later in the next videos, but we're gonna use get hash password. It's going to take password as a string and it is going to return the hash. All you need to do is to call the hash method from the password context, pwd context, which is crypto context. So I'm gonna save the application. You will see now the password in the hash format. Let's run the application. Let's test it out. I'm gonna use a different email. Password should be password123. Make sure you use the @ here. Why it is not valid? What is this? Let's rename it. Email jane@gmail.com. I'm going to provide password test123. Let's run the application. Oh, I got the jane@gmail.com and I got the ID. Let's look at. Now you can see we have the Jane with encrypted password. If you want to delete that, you can also do that. If you would like to delete, I can click on the delete and save the application. That looks good. So we have successfully saved our user in the database. Actually, we completed the sign up route. We have saved the user in the DB. In the next videos, we're going to implement login functionality. There is a feature in FastAPI. You can add the prefix. Instead of writing manually here inside the router, I'm adding this /tracks on every route. There is a feature of prefix. You can do that. Here I can say prefix. Here I'm going to define a root route, which is tracks. So I'm going to remove the tracks from here, get rid of tracks from here, also get rid of tracks from here. I'm also going to remove tracks from here and delete it from update endpoint. Instead of writing tracks here, I just added a prefix. Now we're gonna run the application. Let's see what is going to happen. Application is running now. We have to send the request to localhost 8000/docs. Now you can see that it's working fine now. I'm gonna fetch all the tracks. So I got all of the tracks. One more thing, if you want to categorize the routes in a specific category, you can also do that. You can use the tags. There is a tags property. Is it an array? Let me double check that. Yep, it's an array. So I'm gonna do it here. Tags should be tracks. Please categorize this tags route in a specific category, which is tracks. Now you can see we have the tracks. We can do the same stuff for users. Let me do that. For the user route, you can add prefix, users, and we need to add tags and array users. Get rid of this user. Let me refresh it, and here you will see the users tag. So it looks good now. In the previous videos, we created a user. Now we're gonna implement a login functionality here. We completed the sign up part. Now we're gonna say login route. So I'm gonna keep login in auth controller. Let's define a new route, auth.py. We're gonna define our login functionality here. Login route. We need to create a new route. I want you to create a new login route. You have to use a router. You can get router from API router. Here we will get the user credentials from the request object. User credentials, get user credentials in router handler function. And then we're gonna use add DB dependency, and then we're gonna fetch the user from user model. We're gonna fetch user on the based on email. You can apply use filter on the model. Use email property or email criteria or condition. And then we're gonna return the user in the response. Do not return the password, only return email. But I'm gonna teach you JSON Web Token authentication. We're gonna return JSON Web Token here. In the next video, we will return JSON Web Token. Right now, I want you to return a simple ID and the email. It means user has successfully logged in. I want you to execute the pseudocode. I want you to implement it. All right, let me do that. First of all, make sure in the routers we have init. I'm gonna use from auth import auth router. We did not create the auth router yet. Let's do that. I'm gonna import a couple of stuff for the auth. We're gonna import HTTP exception. I think I don't need response here. Get rid of response. We need status. I imported session. I imported DB dependency, or I can say dependency. We also need a schema. or I can import a schema here. Schemas, that looks good. We also define a router. Here I can use the router. Let me save it, and auth router, yep, that looks good. Let me add inside the main.file. We're gonna register our router, include router. You gotta import the auth router, and I'm gonna provide my auth router. So now you should be able to define routes on auth router. Let's define a login route, and we're gonna define a function. We have defined a parent, a root route slash auth, and the slash login, which should be the child route. So let me define a new method, but we need auth DTO, which is I can get that from schemas.login. We don't have any type for login yet. Here I can use dependencies dot get DB. We did not define that. First we need to get a user based on email. So let's run the application first. We did not define the schema yet. Let's define a schema in the schemas dot app. I'm going to create a new login schema, base model. This time I used the email string. Previously we also used the email string type and the password. So when you implement the login route, a user must need to provide the email and the password. So I'm getting the email and the password in auth DTO object. Here I'm trying to filter a user based on email. It will give me the array, so that's why I'm extracting the first element. Now we need to return the user, or I can add the validation. If there is a no user, we need to raise the exception. Let's say if there is a no user, you can use the exception here. If there is a no user, please send the unauthorized or not found, something like that. HTTP status 404, 400 or 404, user does not exist. Or you can say wrong credentials, or you can use 403 forbidden. So all of these options are available. If there is a no user, we send the exception. If there is a user, here we got the user based on email. Here, if there is a no user, we send the error back in the response. If there is a user, we need to verify the password. That's why I have imported a utils. Inside the utils, we created a method. Remember that? I created the verify password method. Here it should be plain text. It should be encrypted password. It is going to return the Boolean value. That's why, so we have checked here, verified should be Boolean value. So I can write the condition or if statement. If user has provided invalid password, we're gonna raise the exception for a 1, or you can say yes, for a 1 here. Sounds good. I can use the 401 here. Let's keep it consistent. 401 here. If everything is fine, we need to generate the token in the response. But right now, I'm going to send the dummy token. It means user has logged in successfully. So get rid of the pseudocode. Let's try to test it out. You should see a login route. Inside the users, we have inside the authentication, Let me create a new user first. A user 1 at example.com. Password should be string 123. So a user has created. Now I'm going to copy these credentials and I'm going to pass them here for the login. Now I got the token. It means we have successfully logged in as a user. But in the next video, we're going to implement JSON Web Token authentication. This is the requirement to implement JSON Web Token. We need encrypted token. I'm going to teach you more about what is JSON Web Token. If you go to the JWT.io, this is the standard to implement authentication. Here you will paste your token. I'll talk more about JSON Web Token. This should be the token. So in the next video, you're gonna return this token back in the response. We're gonna implement JSON Web Token authentication. Before implementing JSON Web Token authentication, I want you to understand why do we need JSON Web Token and how to use that. JSON Web Token, it's a method to communicate between two parties on the internet. When you want to send data between two computers, JSON Web Token is a way, it's a secure way to transmit a data to client and the server. Let's say you want to transfer username and password. Password is a secure field. So they, RFC internet community, they developed a JSON Web Token, a way to send a data between client and the server. Here you can see read the documentation, Internet Engineering Task Force. JSON Web Token is a compact, URL safe means of representing claims to be transferred between two parties. It means if you want to transfer the secure data between two parties, a parties could be a client and the server. The claims or the data should be encoded as a JSON object that is used as a payload of the JSON web signature. Let's talk about it here. If you want to authorize the user, like in our application, if you look that here, anyone can create a new track, anyone can see the track, any user can update or delete the track. So we need to apply the authentication. Only authenticated user can perform this operation. Only a user or artist can create a new account or new track. That's why we need to secure that route for only authenticated users. Once the user is logged in, each subsequent request will include the JWT. So if an artist needs to create a new track, he has to send the JSON Web Token in the request header. This is what they are talking about. You have to provide the JWT in the header, and we will send the JSON Web Token in the header, and our application will decode the token and get the user ID. If you want to exchange the information on the internet, if you want to exchange information securely, then you can use JSON Web Token. So this is the structure of JSON Web Token. You will have header, payload, and signature in the JSON Web Token. These three parts will be separated by dots. This is the header, this is the payload, and this is the signature. So in the header typically consists of two parts: the type of the token, which is JWT, and signing algorithm being used. These are the three algorithms are available. We're going to use each algorithm from these three types. Algorithm, ALG mean algorithm, TYP means type, which is JWT. In the second part in the JSON Web Token, which is payload, the second part is the token or payload. We will store a user ID in the payload. There are a set of predefined claims which are not mandatory but recommended to provide set of useful claims. Some of them are is issuer, expiration date, subject, and the audience. But we're gonna say here they have saved the name John Doe and the admin property. This is the subject. In our case, we will save the user ID. And the third part, which is signature, you have to provide the algorithm. What algorithm you want to use? This should be the header dot, and this should be the payload, and you have to provide the secret. We will create a secret key, putting it all together 3 base 64 URL strings separated by that can be passed into the as this is the structure of the JSON Web Token. The first part is the header, second part is the payload, and the third part, which is signature. If you want to decode this token, you can also do that. If I go to the jwt.io debugger to decode this token, you will see a token will be decoded. This one should be the header, this one will be the payload, this is the signature. Let's do that. Here you can see header dot payload, and this is the signature. You can see header here, header here. Can I do that? Oh yeah, I can do that. If I want to save a user ID, we're gonna do that. I'm gonna save the user ID, let's say 1. It will be stored as a string, not an integer. And issue at, this is IAT is issue at. So this is the token. So let's say in this way, authenticated user will provide the token. So we will validate the user by decoding this token in our application. This will be the signature. You can also store an admin, any property. It will create a JSON Web Token. You can see that. So I got this token. So JSON Web Token works in authentication when user successfully logs in using their credentials in our application. Insert the login. User has logged in successfully. We need to send the JSON Web Token in the response. So the next time, so user can access the protected route. Let's say create track is the protected route, so he can access that. Whenever the user wants to access the protected route or resource, he should send the JSON Web Token in the authorization header. You will learn how to send the data in the header, authorization header. This will be the flow. Here you can understand this is the FastAPI application. First of all, client will send the request, or the user will send the request to the server, which is our FastAPI server. For the login request, let's imagine client is sending the login request. Our application authorized the user, and it will send the JSON Web Token in the response. And the next time client has to send JSON Web Token in the authentication header, just like that. To access the protected route, you can read the documentation. The application or client request authorization to the authorization server, and it will send the JSON Web Token. The application uses the access token to access a protected route. So that was the theory of JSON Web Token. In the next video, we're gonna create our first JSON Web Token here. Now we're gonna generate our token, JSON Web Token, and send it to the user. If you look at the documentation, we need a secret key, an algorithm. I'm gonna use this one. Remember in the previous video, I showed you the algorithm. You can also set the expiry date for a token. The token will be expired after 30 minutes. So you can also create a new secret key. You can use this one, open SSL random, and give me the unique secret key. Or you can use the documentation to get a unique secret key. I'm gonna copy this one. And we need 3 variables: the secret key, in the algorithm, and the expiry date. So let's create a new file, auth2.py. You can create in the app directory. I can do that here, auth2.py. And I'm gonna copy that. You can add your secret key, just like we created that. You can create here and put it here. You can add any random key, but it would be prefer to add this type of key, this type of like 32x algorithm. We're gonna use this one, and this would be the expiry date, or not expire minutes, expire date or time. It will be expired after 30 minutes. Now we already installed the JOS package. If we haven't installed, we need to install that. We also need Python multipart. I'm gonna teach you. Let me check that in the requirements.txt. Do we have the JOS package? I think we don't. Or I can look that from this library for my venv. Do we have the JOS package? No, we don't have that. First of all, we have to install it. I think I installed that. Let me check it. Let's try to import JWT from JOS. Oh yeah, I have that. Import JWT. We also need an error, and we need a JWT. What is that? Could not be resolved from the source. Missing module. Let me rename my branch. Should be 25 generating token. So I don't have the package. Let's install it here. Pip install Python JOS. Pip freeze requirements.txt. Let me add into the txt file. Now we have Python JOS. Now it looks good. The error is gone. Now I can import JWT error and the JWT. So we need a create access token function. You gotta provide the dictionary object, dictionary, and here I'm just trying to copy the data to encode variable, just like it's just a safe way the copy. I don't want to import. I don't want to edit the data here. That's why it's a deep clone. I just did a clone of this data, and here we need to check the expiry date. We need two functions, datetime.now plus time delta. Here we're gonna provide our minutes just like we set here. We also need datetime library. Now and then we're gonna update the expiry date or expiry time. We're gonna update it here on to encode. It's a dictionary, that's why I can use the update method from the dictionary. And here I can encode by calling the JWT class or a package, jwt.encode. You have to provide your to encode and your secret key and the algorithm. It should be an array algorithm here, and it is going to return the JWT, encoded JWT. You will see the user ID. Let's do that. Access token, please clone that, and I can say clone the data. Here I can say find expiry date or time, update dictionary, update the expiry date time on the dictionary, and here we have to encode the token. It's gonna encode the token in JSON web token format. You will see this format header, and you can say this is payload, and should be the algorithm or secret key. And finally it is going to return the encoded JWT. Now we're going to use this create access token inside our login function. I can find that in auth.py. We're gonna use here, so I can import auth2. Let me call that function here. What I can say, we also need to add a couple of validations for the login. Let's do that without here. Token, we have to call that token ID. Actually I want to save access token. I want to save user ID in the token. So access token will get the data, and you need to provide the dictionary. That's why I created a user ID inside the dictionary, and we have the access token. And finally we need to return the token in the response. That's all it. Make sure you can also provide the token type, which is barrier. Let's run the application. My application is running now. I can set the login request from my documentation. Let's create a new user. user12@gmail.com, and password is string12. Let's say that. A user has created. I'm gonna copy these credentials and let me send the login request here. Awesome. I got the access token back in the response with this token type barrier. Now we need to apply some kind of authorization. Only authenticated user can access this route. So we need to apply JSON token authentication scheme. You can also add a response model here. I think I did not create the response for login, actually a schema for a login. Yes, do we have that? I can say token schema. I think we need. I can say token base model. We need what it is returning here, access token, and the type, token type is string, and token type is string. So I can use that here, schemas dot token. Now we need to test it out. I'm gonna send the login request again so I can see the access token. What if you decode the token by looking at JWT.io? I'm gonna provide my token here. You can see this is the header, payload, and the algorithm. I have set the user ID, which is 6, and here is the expiry date. This is the algorithm type JWT, and this is how they generated the token. I'm gonna do a little bit refactoring for auth DTO. I can get that from auth password form. You can do that here inside the auth. Instead of auth DTO, this feature is provided by FastAPI. I'm gonna import this one from FastAPI.security auth2, import this one password request form. So I can say that password request form. Here inside the password request form, you will see a username and the password. You will have these type of fields: username, password, scope, client ID, and a client secret. It's saying you need to install a package. If you want to work with this password request form, you have to install another package. Let's do that. Python multipart, we need this package. Pip install Python multipart. Successfully installed. Run the freeze. Run the code. Make sure you set the dependency. I forgot to add that. It should be depends. Now you cannot have the email here. Did you check that? There is no email. You can store email, username, whatever you like inside the username property. They don't have any email property. They have client ID, client secret. So I can add, instead of email, I can add username model.user.email, it should be username. So I'm gonna copy these credentials and refresh it. Let's look at the login function. You will see a couple of properties, username, password, scope, but we did not add that client ID and the client secret. You also edit a URL form encoded values. This was my user and password was string12. I provided the username and string12 was my password. Now I got the access token back. It looks good. Now we're gonna protect our route in the tracks.python file. All of routes are public. When you go to the tracks.py in the routers, anyone can create a new track. So we need to apply authentication here, or authorization. Apply authentication. Only authenticated user can access this route. How can I make it authenticated? How can I apply security? Or you can use this comment. So we need to add a dependency here, some type of middleware. If you have worked with Node.js or any programming language, you need a middleware to run a function before running this function. We need some type of logic here, get current user or make it protected, something like that. You can call that function, or protect, we can say protect route middleware, something like that. And you can add depends, something like that. But we're gonna implement this logic first. In the auth 2.0, when user will send the verified token, user logged in successfully, and then he needs to send the token back in the authorization header. So I'm gonna use the Postman to test this feature. Here you can say a user has logged in successfully. Let's say I'm gonna send the login request. Let's sign up user first. Or form data, we need to provide form data, username. For the creation user, you can provide email, jane@gmail.com, and we got to provide the password, test123. What is the issue here? Oh, input should be valid dictionary. We have form data for a login. So let's provide the JSON object, email, jane@gmail.com, and we need to provide password, test123. what is going on? Duplicate already exist. Jane22. We got the user back. Let's say now I'm gonna implement a new, let's add a new request. I can say a login auth / login post route, save it to FastAPI fundamentals login user. Let's add the form data, username, let's me jane22@gmail.com, 22@gmail.com, password test123. Now we got the access token. Remember, we have set the form data here. Now I got the token. So to access the protected route, what we need to do, you will add the authorization in the header, the JWT token in the header. Let's say I want to create a new track. I can say it should be tracks. Let me save it in the FastAPI fundamentals, create new track. Create new track. So right now anyone can create a new track. If I provide the body JSON, but what I wanna say here, you have to add the authorization header. I can say barrier token, and you gotta provide your token here. So I have copied my token and provided it here. Now it will be added in the authorization header, the authorization and barrier token. They have added here. We're gonna do that part. So how can you do it? We need a verify token, or we need to add a logic here. Let's create a verify token method. Schema store token data. We don't have any token data in the schemas. Oops, schemas. Let's create the token data. I can copy that from my schema. The ID should be null. That's why I set the none is equals to none. It's an optional property. So I'm gonna save it. Schemas, we did not import the schemas. Import schemas from dash schemas. So we got here what we are doing. It's a CRUD exception. It's a getting token. We're gonna decode the token by calling the jwt.decode. It will get the token and your secret key and algorithm. It should be an array. That's why algorithm. You have to add the array when you are going to decode the token. You don't need to add the array here when you encode the token. And we are getting the user ID from the payload because we saved a user ID in the payload object. The type should be string, not an integer. If there is a no ID, then you can raise the exception. You can send the exception. If everything is good, we can get the token data. I don't need to return the token data here. We can return the token data here. So I also use a try and except block. If there is an error come in JWT doing some decoding token, it's going to raise the credential exception. It's going to call that exceptions. If everything is good, we're going to return the token data. It should be a user ID. So we created the verify token. Now you are thinking about where do I need to use the verify token method? I'm going to create a new method, get user. Actually, we're going to call that method. Let me get that dependency from FastAPI. From FastAPI import depends. We also need auth to scheme. Let me get that. Auth password barrier. We also need HTTP exception. We also need status. So whenever we need to apply authentication on protected route, we need to use this method get current user. We will do here add a dependency of get current user. Here I'm calling a verify token method. It's gonna call this method verify the token. If token is valid, then it's going to return the token back in the response. And in token you will have a user ID. So I'm not getting that auth to scheme. Let me look at my code. Oh, auth to scheme is here. Auth to scheme. I could not see that. Auth to password barrier. We provided the login link, the login URL, token URL. This login path or route handler is sending the token in the response. Did you see that? /auth/login. So we provided the token URL. That's why I use the auth to scheme here. Depends on this route is dependent on this token URL. It is saying you must provide the token in the header. That's why I use that. So token as a dependency. If not valid, we can send the message back 401 unauthorized, and finally we're gonna call the verify token. Now it's time to use that method in get current user in the tracks.py file. So what I can do, I can use here user ID, or you can get current user. Let's say I want to protect this route. We need to import auth2. From dot import auth2. Here I called auth2 get current user. So whenever you need apply authentication on any route handler, you gotta call this method. This get current user is going to return a user or the payload. You can say payload here. It's going to give you the payload. You can use that payload here. Let me log in that. Print, I can say f payload. So under the hood, when I call that method get current user will get the token if there is an credentials, if there is an exception, it's going to call that. And if everything is good, it's going to call verify token to verify the token by providing the token, and it is going to decode the token and give me the user ID. Let's look at from the Postman. Whenever you try to create a new track, it's going to give me the warning message or error. You can also double check it from here. Let's say I want to create a new track, Animals by Martin Garrix. You can see not authenticated. Hey, this is a private route. You are not authenticated yet. To make or to access this route, you need to provide the JSON web token in the header. Let's say I'm gonna copy that and inside the body provide it. You will get the same error back. Oh, I provided the token yet. So what was the issue? Let's find it out. Input should be valid return type, schema.data, ID should be ID. I think I have set the ID token data equals to string. Let's use it int. Now I have created a new track. I've set the token automatically. Let's say I'm gonna log in. I got the token, and you can provide the token. Go to the authorization, select the barrier token because we set that type barrier token, and provide your token. That's it. A new record has created successfully. You can see that. If I'm gonna add a new song, Lovers on the Sun, a new song has created or new track is created. That's how authentication works. It depends on your choice. Oh, I also got the payload, and the ID should be 8. ID is an 8, ID is an 8, ID is an 8. You can see that? Payload have a property ID. I think it's a dictionary. So ID is equals to 8, ID is equals to 8. In the next video, I'm gonna teach you can also add or authenticate user from the DB. You can also do that. Protected route. Now I'm gonna teach you how to test expiry date. Test expiry date. In the auth, I'm gonna set expiry date or expiry time 1 minute, and we're gonna generate the token and wait for 1 minute to test it. Let's generate a token by sending the login request. I have generated the token. Let's create a new song. Let's provide a token in the authorization header. I'm gonna wait for 1 minute. Let's create a new song. I can create a song. Now I'm gonna wait for a minute. We're gonna create a new song after a minute. It should not work because token has expired. Token will be expired. Let's create a new track after a minute. Oh, my token has not expired yet. Oops, there is an issue. Not a now. UTC. Now you gotta use that. Let's create a token again. Wait for a minute. Let's create a new track. Oh, you can see could not validate credential. So it's working fine now. More thing I wanna do in the verify token in the auth2 here. I got the token data. What I can do, I can verify the user only based on ID. You can do it here or you can do it here. But I'm gonna do it here inside the get current user. It will give me the token or payload. You can say payload or token. Yep, token. And it should be ID in the token. So I can call that function by applying the filter only based on ID. Get the user, and we're gonna, I think we need to have DB depends on, get me do that. I don't have dependency, let's get that. I don't have session, let's get it from SQLALCHEMY.orm. We don't have models, so everything is good to go now, and I can return the user. Here in the payload you will get a current user. We have applied authentication. In the payload you will see a current user. Let's look that. So make sure I must change expiry date or expiry time. In the auth2 I'm gonna set the 30 minutes. So I'm gonna log in. I got the token. Let's provide the token to access or to create a new route. A new song has created. In the payload you get the object. You can see that. Or if I say in the tracks, payload dot dictionary, Let's create a new song. So I got that. Email, ID, and the password. But we do not want to send the password in the response. So I'm gonna hide this line. This is just for only testing purpose.